Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Are we well? Oh man, am I tired today. It's warmer in my studio though. I'm not as chilly today, but I wonder if that's why I feel more tired. I'm not sure. It finally had to happen. Had to put the heating on a little bit more because it was cold. it's Well, I mean, I am still sat here in a hoodie, to be fair, but it's chilly outside. Holy balls! But I did finally get herbing and mining for the most part finished yesterday. Such a weird little adventure, weird little trip to go on, to be honest, at this point in the expansion, to feel the need to like just cap out all of this. But it just sort of, it fits in nicely with decor. With farming that lumber, it just kind of made sense to take the opportunity to go visit all of the different continents, level it all up, and for the most part, get things in order. Congrats on the Herbigan mining adventure. Yeah, we're there for the most part. Obviously, expansions like Legion, where you've got different ranks and stuff, we still need to chip away at some of this, potentially. I've never once found an Imperium seam, but I don't think that worries me too much. Obviously, Dragon Isles and Kazalgar have all of the knowledge point system attached to it, so that's a lengthy chore if we actually want to get good at farming this stuff. I'm not sure, how much value this stuff will have long term, but, the fact that Dragon Isles is still a zone that's farmed pretty reliably to this day. Believe it or not, Draconium ore seems to have about the same sort of market value as current expansion ores. Ceravite is a bit cheaper mined, but it still sells in like pretty sizable quantities. So, being able to pick up this stuff reasonably well, I think makes sense. What I do need to do, though, is post the decor this morning. First thing we've got to do is get the decor listed, so we've got to get some of the other accounts open. I've made the mistake of not opening all the accounts before I started the stream. I don't know whether this is going to be a good thing or a bad thing, because last couple of days while I've tried this, it's crashed things. Or we've had some big, mighty Fs. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's get some things up and running. Would it be nice if we could have done that during Legion Remix? Yeah, the mining and herb nodes were there, but of course it's a completely different game mode, isn't it? Seems and then there would be like, well, does it translate? They didn't. There was enough going on, I think, with Remix personally. There's only a week left of Remix now, isn't there? We really are at the closing end of it. I technically, from a completionist aspect, should jump onto Remix and do a few bits and pieces, but it doesn't really fill me with enthusiasm to log back onto Remix, honestly, now. Get these accounts up and running. Get them in the right spots. There we go. What I want to look at, actually, is how much lumber do I have stored up now? Are we, I have an extended my aim, really, was to get about 250 of each lumber. 250 of each lumber would give me peace of mind and flexibility that if the achievements turn up, that they may look at the amount of lumber you currently have. Dornic fir lumber. Oh, wait, hang on. This doesn't feel right. Do a sort on that. Yeah, those numbers didn't feel right.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Dornic fir, we've got nearly, well, over 400. Dragon pine lumber, we've got none. I need to go farm out some dragon pine lumber. Maybe that's a good excuse to get the Dragonflight weeklies done for herbing and mining as well. Since there's not too much you can get done there other than just grind out your weekly points. Arden Lumber? Shadowlands Lumber? We have none. How have people found Shadowlands Lumber, by the way? How are people finding Shadowlands Lumber? Bastion is the only place that I've really farmed lumber in to any capacity. Dark Pine Lumber we got plenty of. We're missing Shadow Moon Lumber, but obviously that only exists from, what was it, Alemba Lumber? Which is this one, so we need to convert some. 292 is enough on the bamboo. 210 on the ashwood, we're close. Okay. I want 250 of everything just for the sake of achievements. Oh wait, the lumber chiefs have been patched in? Wait, what? Hold up. Hold up. Liz hold. Liz Holdings. Many holdings. Mounted lumber harvesting achievements now retroactive. Farm now for midnight launch. In a recent hotfix to live servers, players can start making progress on the lumber harvesting achievements that award mounted harvesting once it goes live. How do they figure this out? Counting down the days till midnight launch and need something to fill some time, consider lumber harvesting and get a jump on the mounted harvesting achievements today. Trackers for lumber harvesting were implemented, allowing players to retroactively make progress on the achievements that award this. How have they figured this out? Ironwood lumber farming on live servers left, and the achievement progress on the midnight beta right. Oh, so anything you're doing now, have they then transferred their character over to the midnight beta just to see what it then shows, probably? Players will still need to wait for the achievements themselves to be available, starting with midnight's launch, before they can earn mounted lumber harvesting. As of the time of publication, the achievements are still not available on the midnight pre-patch PTR. Okay. Sure. Interesting. Okay. Well, I wonder when they actually kicked in, because... Okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, or just be a druid is the number one way to hack this entire system. Just be a druid. Bastion's easier to farm, but it yields less wood. Ardenweld felt pretty bad. Oh, okay. Why does the left picture show looting 10 lumber at a time? They're using an add-on or something here to rename the lumber. This is an add-on doing something. Maybe it's 10 ironwood. I don't know why it's 10 ironwood lumber times 3. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's a relatively strange. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then they went on and it had 20. Yeah, okay, whatever. It's clearly not. It's just trying to showcase that you collect in retail and transfer your character and it works. Well, there we go then. At least there's trackers behind the scenes. Did they add... Here's a question then. Did they add it to statistics? Did they add the tracker into the statistics somewhere? Doesn't look like they added it into... where you can see at least. Times playing the world's smallest violin. Total face palms, number of hugs, times lolled. The fuck are all these? Okay, well, the statistics track a bunch of stuff, but it's not easy to see. Where are the lumber achievements gonna be? Don't know. Can't remember. Alright, well, okay, that's cool. If they're retroactive now, then at least it gives players the ability to chip away at them now if they want. Which is good. We've been kind of casually, accidentally doing some of that anyway. Currently have 11,000 lumber. You figured out what that's worth? I don't have a price source that averages out lumber value. Be interesting to know what the average lumber price is. I just add all of those numbers together and divide by however many numbers there are. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do it napkin math style, and I'm going to say the average is 350. $11,514 multiplied by 350. There's a good 4 million gold worth of lumber there, my friend. 4 million gold worth of lumber at today's value. Good 4 million gold worth of lumber. Now, if you're savvy about crafting and selling, you can probably squeeze 6 million out of that. Right, I need to relist auctions, though. We'll reposition these screens in a minute to make them a bit easier to see. I wonder what the midnight lumber will do when it'll be the new one. Yeah, there's lots of theory about that, isn't there? Lots of people trying to guesstimate what do they think lumber will do. I'm not sure. My experience play 60k on the first mailbox. Hello. Please hold. A rug, a lamppost, a windmill, and a platter. Hello, 60k. Yoink. From past experience, I know that soon as midnight launches, nobody will touch anything that isn't midnight for quite a while. Not unless there is an incredibly good reason to do so. So look at it from the perspective now of people who are farming lumber right now. They're turning it into decor. They're selling some decor. They're making some reasonable gold from it right now. Farmers tend to navigate to the path of least resistance. Lumber is already a touch more frustrating than most farmers would like to deal with. There's already a little bit too much friction in the whole system for your average farmer. Your average farmer would like to go out, farm something up, put it on the auction house, and by the time they've gone out and farmed up more of it, the first lot is sold. E.g. materials, for the most part. There is, anything that takes a little bit more effort to actually get your gold for is sort of categorized into that sort of long-term gold making. Not something you do when, standard herbing mining is worth billions. So there's a strong possibility in my mind that the very second people move into playing midnight, they will simply stop farming lumber and start farming whatever's the hot new thing in midnight. Probably picking up a herb miner gatherer and doing some mining in midnight. That, if you take the people out of one thing and put them into the other thing, the thing that they've all left is probably going to see a very sharp decline in the amount of new decor that's being crafted. The only question is that sharp decline going to also happen at the same time as everybody that hasn't played with decor yet starting to play with decor? And will it be enough? Will the shift be dramatic enough to actually do anything to the value of the currently crafted decor? I don't know. But all I know is the attention is going to go somewhere else. The attention on farming the lumber will be diminished pretty heavily because they'll be shinier, easier. People will take 30,000 gold an hour. People will take 50,000 gold an hour if they then don't have to do anything to get it after they've done the hour, It's great that you can still get 70, 80, 90,000 gold an hour doing lumber farming, but you have to put a little bit more work in to actually get that gold. People will happily take 50k if it's 50k and it's easy money. Which herbing and mining likely could be if it all works nicely in midnight. 20k here, yoink. So, no, I am not saying there will be a spike in price of the old decor, because I tend not to ever... I tend not to theorize too heavily on the price of stuff. But what I do know is the supply of old decor will slow down, whilst there is the chance that the demand for it might actually see an uptick with all of the new midnight players. So, what that does to the market, who knows? This is where I don't really mind if I end up with like a couple of thousand pieces of decor just sat around casually. I'm not... We might see a bit of a, I don't think its value is going to diminish that heavily. It's going to be interesting to see what happens to lumber if those decor recipes need moxie or the alchemy's transmute material. Well, most of the recipes require skill 80 to use, and I think quite a lot of them, yes, do require moxie. In terms of the recipes, need moxie. So once again, something else that sort of something else that rides on how much moxie stuff is needed. Yeah, they're nomming on the flipping toy basket. Toy basket's wrecked already. It's all good. What's happening here? I'm relisting my auctions. I gotta relist all of my auctions or nothing sells. Moxie is Midnight's version of Artisan Security. So the limited currency that crafters have for buying recipes, creating profession tools, that sort of stuff. This time round, the interesting thing is it's profession specific. So you have to earn it on the profession you need to spend it on. So you have Jawncrafters Moxie, you have Leatherworkers Moxie, you have Tailors Moxie, and so on and so on. So it's it in one easy sweep killed the Profession Shuffle, which was good news to many people. But we're yet to really understand how much of it we're going to need. And the fact that pre-patch is out next week, and you would hope that because pre-patch coming out next week, you would hope that the beta would be not all that far away from like a release candidate version. It's kind of scary that the professions are still feeling real ropey. How we doing, Woo? Welcome in. Good morning. Oh, we have liftoff, do we? Oh, it's on. You got it on CurseForge already. Nice. Is it searchable on CurseForge? Not easily. The linky links. Goblin Toolbox. Will allow me to be the first download. Ta-da! Finally have some time to level something on the beta and test professions, and by professions I mean fishing. Your dedication to fishing astounds me. This is cool. Is this going to automatically then just link to my pre-installed? What? Why does it not show? There we go. There we go. This then, for those who are interested, is what I've been using in the top right of my screen for a while. So, to just ever so quickly give an overview. Yes, mine is offensively large, but it's because I usually use my clients in small window form. This way I can still read it even when it's in a small window. You don't have to have it this obnoxiously large. But the cool thing is that this now helps us with a lot of the, like, you know, weird and wacky information that goblins tend to need. All that sort of like funky info that is useful to have. We've previously used things like weak auras and stuff to achieve this before, but now we can grab it just in one add-on, really. Pretty modular. You can switch a bunch of things on, you can switch a bunch of things off. You can even now set profiles so that your flippers can have one set of information display, your farmers can have another set of information displaying, for example, which is kind of quite nice. The ability to hide it in combat or when you're in instances or raids, for example, is a nice quality of life. That's literally the emphasis of the whole thing. It's all a quality of life thing, really. None of this is, 100% vital, but it's very much nice to have. You can track things like the token value in here as well. You can switch all of this on or off. You can keep track of how much gold is in your war bank, your guild, on the characters, this sort of stuff. Being able to switch all of this stuff on and off nice and quickly and easily is fun. There's I'm not using it on this character right now, but there's both item and currency tracking bars, much like what this one is here. This is just your utility bar, so like log out, reload, UI, quick access to mobile banking, your Pigeon mailbox, Longboy 1, Longboy 2, Warband Bank, Hearths, and Hearthstone. You can customize these a little bit as well. You may notice it's a little bit difficult to see at the moment because it's kind of hidden behind my camera, but I basically have macros for some of these things on my hotbars. But, it means on every character I got to remember to make the macro, put the macro on a hotbar, all of this sort of stuff. This is just, boom, here you go. It's on the screen, easy business. Click the thing, off you go. And then all of the economy side of stuff, you can choose what sort of, if you have TSM, you're predominantly going to need TSM. There is a custom option, and I think that's for... Okay, at the moment you do need TSM for price sources, but correct me if I'm wrong, Woo. Auctionator price sources are in the works, maybe. As alternative price sources. Auctionator support coming soon. Yeah, there we go then. So then for your inventory and currency and stuff, you can, see how much all of the rubbish in your bags is worth and this sort of stuff. Kind of cool. Lots of funky little quality of life goblin related things of which there are, probably 10, 15 different little add-ons out there that may have that functionality, but smushed all into one and neat and tidy and organized. Of course, in a window that you can move around, throw about, do what you want, lock it in place. You can minimize, maximize if you really need to as well. Doggos, what's with the barking? Yes, that's what I thought. So yeah, very cool. And the nice thing is pretty lightweight. It's not a big TSM level lump. No barking. Play nice. So yeah, it's a cool little tool. I've already been using it for a little while, and it gives me a bunch of useful info on screen that I really like. And considering it's all been put together by Woo in a couple of weeks, really, it's a nice little bit of kit. So yeah, get it on CurseForge now. On CurseForge now. Your sizing bug is fixed. Did I notice? Until I log on to new characters, it probably won't give me the new version. And yeah, it's worth mentioning that it's, of course, designed for midnight. Yeah, it works now, but it's designed for midnight. Yeah, the utility bar is right here. Like I mentioned, I've only just installing it from CurseForge. Until I reload these clients, it won't use the new version. It's fine. Is it weird I want to download it specifically for the bag value? Well, because it's modular, you can just turn on and off whatever you want or don't want to see, which is kind of cool. Right, see if we can quick fire through these realms though. Then we can get an idea of what and how much we sold yesterday. We did 1 million on Sunday. We absolutely are not going to have done anywhere near that yesterday. For starters, I didn't relist my auctions again last night. So yeah. My auctions may have only been up for like half of yesterday. Because I am still posting decor on a 12-hour window. And that's mostly because it's the only listing time that absolutely guarantees I can relist all of my auctions at this time every day, knowing full well that they're all expired and waiting for me in the mailbox. Because a 24-hour listing just kind of pushes you further down until you eventually have to do a form cancel scan and reset, which is just annoying if you post a lot. I'd love to come back to WoW, but I don't find any excitement in the activities. What do you recommend? I'm not a Blizzard salesperson. I'm not gonna sell you on playing a game if you've played. Like, it's a very contradictory statement. I'm confused. Either you would love to come back to WoW or you don't. Whatever you. Retail is permanently evolving. Some people like that something is always new around the corner. They've got into this habit now of being like every 8 weeks there's like a patch and a build with something. So it kind of keeps you on your toes. There's always something coming. Or there's the classic variations of the game. Not that I play the classic versions, but classic will if you like the OG version of the game, there's that. But it's a massive MMO, as you know. I carry a haunted memento and the accursed keepsake around with me 24/7. I like to show people the price to make them mad about how many of them they deleted. Sure. You want to keep a spectral tiger in your bags if you're going to do that properly. Keep a swift spectral tiger just, in your bags because I think my goal for midnight, though, more than anything else, is I think I want the cock mount. I think that's my goal for midnight. I don't know what it goes for these days, but it clearly obviously goes for more than 10 million, otherwise it'd be on the auction house. But I think my goal for midnight is to get the cock. Got me spectral tigers, got me long boys, got me swift Zullian tigers. Cock evades me. I was a gold seller for almost 6 years. My main account got banned. Good, don't come back. Honestly, good, don't come back. Turn up here and tell me you're a gold seller. Yeah, that was YouTube. Chose the wrong channel to come and brag about the fact you were a gold seller for 6 years. Whoops. Yeah, the little lock holds it in place, which is really useful. Especially for when like resizing the window from like, full screen to windowed. Kind of cool, kind of useful. What's driving me to make gold right now? The way I describe it is I'm not ever so psyched about just having a big pile of gold. Ending up standing on a big pile of gold is just the result of doing a lot of the activity. For me, it's a journey thing. I enjoy just chipping away at something, being on that journey. For reference, hence why something like Shadowlands Legendaries was the best time, and it was also the best time to also not have a lot of gold going into it as well, because the journey of reaching a goal, basically, whether it be some people just put like gold value targets. They want to make 1,000,000 gold. They want to make a gold cap. They want to make 100 million, and that's their journey. I have made gold in this game for so long now that a gold number doesn't really attract me all that much. I just like exploring and figuring out the systems, figuring out the optimum way to do things, and when I get bored of it, I go find someone else that makes gold that is new and I haven't really poked around with. Some things are relatively evergreen. There's always something to farm, technically. I'm not the biggest of farmer. I tend to like to make most of my gold by tinkering with professions. But in more recent times, I've switched more to sort of arbitrage style, buying, selling, reselling, flipping, that sort of stuff. Since margins in crafting have made it not as enjoyable for me. But yeah, I'm pretty damn good at spending gold. This is the other aspect of it. I'm just as good at spending gold as I am making it, so hence why I have what I consider a reasonable amount of gold. But by no means anything special, at least in this bubble of people anyway. How much gold roughly do you have? I guess is what you're trying to ask there. I don't know, like actual liquid gold. Right now there's 15.8 million in my war bank. Across all of my characters, there's probably another 15 million just on the characters themselves. So probably 30 million ish in actual liquid gold, like that I could quickly get together if I needed to. But I've got 80 characters across 80 realms with hundreds of thousands of gold worth of items as well. So it depends how you sort of total it all up. I've never really been one that holds on to a huge, massive stockpile of liquid gold, but there comes a point where you actually run out of things to spend it on. I haven't reached that point yet, but I know a fair few people that have. Then again, you can always convert it to Blizzard balance, and means if I want to play the new Call of Duty or any other Diablo expansion or the new World of Warcraft expansion 5 times, none of these things do I have to pay for because I just use some of the gold I have for it. Endgame or collecting, maybe. I would fall more in the category of collecting than I would endgame content. I've never been a big fan of Mythic Plus, and raiding just doesn't fit into my schedule, honestly. Um, so I'm not what you consider a big endgame player in any way, shape, or form. No. Have fun with it. That's literally it. Just have fun with it. Not trying to do anything special. Anybody here know much about the engineering mount this expansion? If I'm lazy, should I just buy it? The crowd pommeler. Well, from a vendor, it's 3.1 million gold. But there are people who are relatively savvy at pilfering for stuff, for the parts. It all weighs on the value of the pummel permit, really. 1.25 million. I don't think you're going to get it much cheaper than that ever. Because soon as we move on to midnight, the crafters of it will probably lose interest. I would imagine, like, if you really, really, really know what you're doing with it, and the problem is I don't think anybody does anywhere near enough pilfering to, like, you either get lucky with it or you don't. The rate in which you get those pummel permits is so goddamn low, and the time it takes you to get just one pummel permit via pilfering is just disgusting. You know, I could, in theory, dedicate all 4 of these accounts to just crafting parts and then pilfering them to make those mounts, but it's a massive time investment, of which it doesn't make economical sense, really. Because I could go out farming for 50k an hour. I could go farm lumber for 50k an hour easy right now. Yeah, if I had to, have 4 accounts crafting parts and pilfering and playing the game of RNG to get the pummel permits, it just doesn't make sense. And that'll be even worse when we leave midnight. But it is going to make some of the not dragonflight, sorry. It's going to make some of the war within professions and materials kind of evergreen, because there will always be a point where people will buy them, because if they get too cheap, they can be turned into a part, then pilfered, then pummel permitted, then sell a mount. Anything that ever touches a mount is basically evergreen. Whiptail from Cataclysm still is one of the most consistently sold herbs. Why? Because it has a chain of events that ends up in a vial of the sands. Anything that goes anywhere near a mount is basically golden forever. And that will include the crowd pummeler. But yeah, if you can pick it up for around the 1,000,000 gold mark, that's about as cheap as I think you're ever going to get it, to be honest. Sold a battered hilt for 72k. Flipping hell, go on. 72k for a battered hilt. Still crazy to me how those things sell. A good 15 years after I made a video on how to farm them. Few sales here and there. Nowhere near as many, though. Quite a few dud realms here. But I did expect less sales today. Like Dreamleaf for the Legion glyphs. Is there really that much value in the Legion glyphs? That can't be what's holding the value of Dreamleaf up, though, surely. Are we not thinking that Dreamleaf is being held up because there's a bit of an artificial floor price on all herbs now because of housing dies? Because all herbs are somewhat synergistically linked now. Does mean that long term herbalism, you can pretty much fly around any expansion picking up herbs, and you'll know roughly what price you can sell them for literally all day long. This guy botting or what? What is up with YouTube chat today? Jeez Louise, some interesting characters. No, this is not, this is not botting. This is just running 4 accounts on one screen. I have a nice 32-inch 4K monitor, so I can squeeze four accounts on one screen. We're just relisting auctions right now. You keep the TV on, the dogs will chill and we'll watch it. Maybe. But my electricity bill will also increase. Welcome in, Jack. Good to see you. Hope you're well. A few of the Legion glyphs are really popular and have held up Dreamleaf for a long time. Is it really? Interesting. I see Elon constantly screaming and shouting about telling people to go farm Dreamleaf. And I'm like, Val Shirar is the most annoying zone to farm in. surely there is better places. Flying around that place with dragon riding is painfully annoying. Branches as far as the eye can see. Give me somewhere nice and open and flat. People don't know the difference between botting and multi-boxing. I have a feeling this is why we see and hear more stories about banned accounts. The sad story is, it seems Blizzard also doesn't know and don't care for the difference. They ban you without investigating. This is why I do not recommend anybody go out and do like a train of druids, because you'll just get banned. Sold in the range of 20 million gold worth of glyphs. The Legion glyphs are huge, and Dreamleaf is one of the best ways to get the sallow pigment. Flipping out. News to me. News to me. I thought all the glyph markets died a death when the region-wide auction house turned up. I thought that literally was the last nail in the coffin for the glyph markets, honestly. But this is a good one of those examples of that. If you can find a niche that isn't as popular, it can just print for you, which is kind of cool. What's the difference between between botting and multi-boxing? The term multi-boxing refers to playing multiple accounts simultaneously. Like what I have here. I have 4 separate accounts open. I'm controlling each account individually myself. So, it's just like having, well, it is literally what it is. It's having multiple accounts open and playing them all simultaneously. It's like watching the TV and flicking through Instagram. You're doing 2 things at once. The The difference is when people start automating it and using programs and scripts and doing it whilst they sleep. That's against the terms of service very heavily, and will and should get you banned very quickly. Yeah, one single Battle.net account can have up to 8 World of Warcraft accounts attached to it. So you can do things like this. It looks more suspicious because I'm doing roughly the same thing on all 4 of the accounts. I get where the confusion comes from. But I could have one character doing some herbing and mining, one character, standing around in Dornagal waiting for work orders. I could have one guy doing some prospecting. I can get them all doing 4 different things. It's just at the moment, I'm just relisting all my auctions. Each one of these is on a different realm. So they're all just posting their auctions on the individual realms. So yeah, it's somewhat understanding why it may look slightly sus, but trust me, there is nothing I would do to put my accounts at risk, because my main account is 20 years old. And I do this for a living. What, why would I jeopardize my livelihood by breaking the rules publicly? Have to be pretty crazy, right? Isn't the difference if you press buttons yourself or have an auto clicker doing it? No. The difference is you need to control the characters and the accounts. If there's software controlling them for you, then that's against the rules. Very simple. You need to play the characters and play the accounts. You need to be doing the things. If you're not doing the things, if something's doing the thing for you, then that's no good. Not good. Multiboxing in the shower. Yeah, let's keep it clean, Jack. Literally. Pun intended. Don't keep it too clean, you'll go blind. Why do you have paladins on one and hunters on another? I like hunters, I like paladins, and they're easy to level. The TLDR on the token price the last few days? Well, yeah, TBC pre-patch goes live this week, doesn't it? And the WoW pre-patch and Midnight pre-patch goes live next week. Would be my educated guess. It is, the token does seem to be very spiky, though, at the moment. Kind of makes me think that there's not many in the pot. Because it seems to be that it doesn't take too many people coming along, changing some gold for some tokens to just delete the supply and spike the price out of it. When there's a lot more tokens in the pot, the token price is, more stable. Right now, it's real spiky. Probably because there's not... Well, let's look at it from the perspective. Who really needs to buy gold in retail right now? Absolutely nobody. having him playing more than one Warcraft account is the true WoW player. I can't do this. I only have one and I play one. Well, I mean, when it comes to like running delves or doing dungeons and that sort of stuff, yeah, I play one account. Like I have my main account. My main account where I'm like playing the game properly is my main account. But you know, for other you know, for having lots of characters on lots of different realms and being able to post lots of auctions relatively quickly, having it spread across multiple accounts makes it far more time effective. I can relist my auctions on 80 accounts in the time it takes me to log through 20 characters, for example. It would anybody trying to relist auctions on 80 accounts on one account, they'd have to go through every single one of those accounts, and it would take way more time. So it's an efficiency thing, really. Yeah, the token price is hopping all over the place. It's kind of wild. Bouncing from like 400 to 500k in the EU. All over the place. Oh, you got cutting edge, Jack. Well done. Congrats. Got him down. Nice. Hey, that must feel good at the end of the expansion. Nice. Does that mean you're giving yourself a, you know, week or two? Are you taking some time off WoW now? Sort of for replenishment? Go play some other things for a bit or what? Or second team's getting close as well. Oh, okay, well that's cool. Get people the kills. Do it. If you have 4 World of Warcraft accounts, that means you pay for 4 World of Warcraft subscriptions. Yes. Or 5 at the moment, technically. Or the 5th account. Which is, yeah, for the 5 accounts, it's like 2 million. Well, that if I can get my tokens at 400k, 400k times 5, it's 2 million gold a month. So I need to make more than 2 million gold a month just to keep the accounts online. That's the trick. So yeah, just breaking even is 2 million gold right now. Which is why I don't really want the token price to go much higher than 400k, because it's already expensive. Oh my god, 660 pulls? Jesus. Woof. That's that's determination though. I flip it now. This is why I don't do raiding. I would not have the like I would be. I'd just be drunk as a skunk in Discord taking the piss at that point if you were like if you're just slamming face against the same boss for that long. I'd have pieced out long before that. Good effort, man. Well done. What's the best farm these days other than lumber? Why not lumber? The concept of farming lumber is realistically no different than anything else. But it yields the absolute best returns right now. Ooh, 35k. Windmill. 26k for a windmill. I'm not particularly a big farmer dude. For this reason, you only get me farming when the going's really good. And lumber is good enough to get me doing it. So I have no reason to recommend anything else to anybody when lumber's easily the best way of making gold right now. And at this point in an expansion, it is outrageous that you can make this much gold at the moment. Most of the time at this point in an expansion, there is nothing. Like, there is absolutely nothing. Most of the time, people are just liquidating all of their materials and stocks and emptying guilds and doing all this sort of stuff. Nobody is buying anything. At this point in an expansion, you're usually lucky if you can make 10k gold an hour. And you are going to be doing the grossest, most monotonous things to get that 10k gold an hour. You're going to be farming fucking world quests on 20 alts to get 10k gold an hour. You're doing horrible things. The fact that you can get 40, 50, 60, 70,000 gold an hour farming lumber right now is mental. People should not be even considering doing anything else, because it's so foreign that you can make this much gold at this point in an expansion. It's bananas. Best to farm on low populations, low pop servers. It doesn't really matter so much these days. I've noticed lumber spawns so readily, so quickly, that it doesn't even matter if there's competition on your layer. It might make a slight difference to your lumber per hour, but even if there's like 3 or 4 people in the zone you're farming, you'll still get like 200 plus lumber an hour. So yeah, the competition for the actual farming doesn't really matter. You have got to be more savvy with how you sell your decor, though. Be aware that if you try and sell all of your decor on the really big servers, which statistically is where most people play, if you are trying to sell your decor on those really big servers, so in EU terms, we're talking about Kazakh, Taran Mill, Draenor, Silver Moon, Argent Dawn, the really big servers, you can expect half price for your decor if you actually want to sell it. So that takes your 50,000 gold an hour worth of farm down to 25. So it's then not as good. But you don't have to sell your decor on those really big servers. There is 80 servers in the EU, and there is lots of servers out there that have significantly better prices on them, and the Warbank exists. Put all of your decor in the Warbank, make a level 10 character on that server, and just sell your decor on another realm, where the prices are much better. There's really no reason to have to heavily discount on the big servers anymore. It's players like me that go to those really big servers to buy up all of the cheap shit to take it everywhere else. 80% of the decor you see me listing on these realms, I haven't farmed or crafted myself. I just buy the cheap stuff on the big servers where people are stacking it high and selling it cheap. I turn up with a few million gold, buy a bunch of it, and then use the Warbank to spread it across the other realms. How do you find and buy them? You just have to search for them, but how you search for them is up to you. There's an add-on called Point Blank Sniper that can make the process relatively quick and easy, but Point Blank Sniper requires you have a shopping list. So I have a housing shopping list. This shopping list has all of the different pieces of all of the different decor items. Let me full screen this for a minute. I have a shopping list that has all of the different decor items, all 240 of them here. Link to this if you want the import code is in the Discord, the housing channel in Discord. So you need your shopping list, and then you have Point Blank Sniper, which just scans that list of items, and you can just say that I want to pay less than 50% of the sale average, and it will show any decor that qualifies that search term. Now, these days, you're not going to get much for this much of a discount, unfortunately, anymore. But if I was to change this to like 80%, you might start seeing things pop up. There is more risk in buying these because I'm not going to be able to resell them for as high a price anywhere else. And on a lot of servers, for example, you might not find anything. You've got to go do your shopping on the big servers. What's the difference between this sniper and TSM sniper? Speed of operation and setup are the two main differences, really. Point blank sniper is very quick to scan, but you have to give it a shopping list. You have to give point blank sniper a list of things to search for, which is the number one stumbling block for most people. They don't have that shopping list, nor are they willing to take the time to make that shopping list. Because you can make a shopping list, you just have to search for every item and add it to your shopping list. But of course, for decor, if you're doing that 240 times, it's a lot of hard work. Hence why the input code is in the Discord if people want to steal it. So you've got to have a shopping list for point blank sniper in the first place. But it's very quick to search that shopping list. But you're very much restricted to how you can search. You can just do a percentage of a price. So there's still an element of you got to go through it and pick and choose what you want to buy. TSM sniper, on the other hand, TSM sniper can be attached to base group, which base group, simply put, is every single item that can be sold on the auction house. If TSM has seen it, it's in the base group. You can search for anything in base group, and you can attach a sniper string to this. You can obviously make decor groups and put all of your decor in groups. You can do the same thing in TSM, and you're going to want to do that anyway, because anything you buy, you're going to want to resell, obviously. So you're going to want the groups here in somewhat shape or form, but you don't need to start with this. You can put your sniper string against the base group in TSM. And TSM's search function is far more sophisticated, but it's only more sophisticated if you know what you're doing with TSM. So there's definitely pros and cons to both. I use sniper for general flipping, because give it a minute, it will pop up a bunch of things that I may or may not want to consider buying to resell. And it scans every item in the game. Whereas I use point blank sniper when I very quickly want to search just a small list of things that I might want. How dare you buy my decor cheap and flip it somewhere else? Shocking performance, eh? Is the point blank sniper decor free to use? In the Discord, there is... Let me show you. In the Discord, there is, in the Midnight Housing and Decor channel, there is some things that will get you up and running. There's some tools here that will get you up and running. There's my point blank sniper shopping list, which you can import. Some basic TSM groups of the decor. So there's some resources here in the housing channel. But of course, I have put together a full decor guide, which is available to my gold goblins over on Patreon. So if you support the channel, there's the full shebang. There's my full guide, which is inclusive of everything and basically a step-by-step process on how to do it. Screenshots, annotations, the whole shebang. This is available for my supporters over on Patreon. So you got options. Whichever one suits you most. If you already know what you're doing and think you're confident, then there's some tools in the Discord to help you out. Or if you want the full step-by-step, check out the Patreon. So yeah, TSM Sniper here, for example, now is showing a short list of items that I might be interested in. I can quickly look at these and know categorically I'm not interested in any of these. This is where market knowledge comes into play. That you can't teach, you just have to learn. Anyway, I need to get cracking. I need to relist all of this decor. Did I actually? No, I didn't actually open these characters. Try again, quickly. It was 30k worth of stuff on that dude. So you only run the sniper on the big realms, you don't do it on all 80? Well, I can do a very quick point blank sniper search on all 80 realms. But I don't really need to. And in most cases, I ain't going to find stuff on the smaller realms anyway. It's just for that, one occasional super heavily discounted random item on a low pop realm that I occasionally snag. Your very, very best deals actually tend to come from the cheapest of like low pop servers, but you're never going to get many of them. Most of my stock and most of my inventory comes from the big servers, where you can kind of get a 40-50% discount on most things quite easily on the bigger servers, and you can get enough that makes the whole thing worth doing. Thanks to the sniper, I bought 5 sky golems for 150 gold each back in Legion. Yeah, now that the materials and things are mostly on region-wide auction house, the popularity of like sniping for stuff has dropped quite a lot. It used to be a lot more popular. But also as like auction house add-ons and stuff have become more popular, you also don't really find as many of those like crazy freebie deals. I think I'm stupid, I can't find the PBS string. In Discord, it's in the housing and decor channel under the midnight guides and info section. You use point blank sniper to snipe new midnight recipes. You can use it to search. It's basically a search tool. It's just a very quick search tool. So if you can search for it, then point blank sniper can also search for it. Yeah, you just got to build that shopping list though. That's usually the thing that trips people up with point blank sniper. They're like, oh, this can search for a whole bunch of stuff really quickly and really easily, and then you see a lot of people that are like, I can't get this point blank sniper to work, and then you ask them, what are you searching for, and they're like, cheap stuff, and I'm like, no, what are you searching for? And they're like, I don't know, cheap stuff. Oh, okay, well that's why you're not finding anything, because you got to know what you're searching for. They're all tools to help you do things quicker. You got to know what that thing is you're trying to do in the first place. You could go to the auction house. There's nothing to stop you going to the auction house and going housing, decor, search. Boom, here's all of the decor. But then you'd have to go through each one and you'd have to be like, oh, is this cheap? I don't know. Is this cheap? Yes or no? Oh, that one looks cheap. The whole point of like the add-ons is to pre-program at what price you consider something cheap and then let it quickly go search. Then just show you the results. Oh, hello, another 50k on this realm. Maybe today's sales are not as bad as I first thought. It's taken me way too long to relist all of these auctions. It should only take me half an hour. Spending too much time chatting. Just needed to show all of the channels. Yeah, the slight issue with Discord is sometimes it hides the channels if nothing has happened in there very often. The midnight channels are channels that a lot of them are restricted that only I can post in because they're not for general discussion, they're for sharing information. But sometimes you have to click on show all channels to see them. Actually, if that's happening, there is a way I can forcibly make some of that stuff show up front. I will add that to my list of things I need to do on Discord. Right, last realm. Then I can do a quick tally of how much we've sold stuff for. Hopefully, if I've managed to do all 80 realms within the last hour, I can just quickly look at revenue from the last hour and we should be good. I have a tool that can make Discord pages look really cool and clean, like info pages. Yeah, for midnight, I'm looking to basically get a few, starting point beginner's guide kind of things up in the Discord. But Discord is naturally a bit frustrating to do stuff like that with. So if you have a quick and easy solution, I'd be interested. Doing all this, figuring out how the economy works, don't you have the tendency to invest in real life stocks eventually? You got the analytic mindset for it. There's a subtle difference between playing with Monopoly money and doing it with your own hard-earned. Ultimately, in World of Warcraft, I always recommend people do a bunch of farming, get a nest egg, and then consider doing things like crafting and doing flipping and that sort of stuff. The TLDR is, I sit and I play video games for a living. I don't make hundreds of thousands of euros a year doing this. I barely make tens of thousands of euros doing this. I'm very lucky to be able to make any money doing this whatsoever. The TLDR is that IRL, I'm very much still in the farming stage. Most of the money I make gets spent on food and mortgage payments, and there's not much left at the end of the day to do investments with. So, not that I would object to tinkering along with that, but it's far easier to play with Monopoly money in a video game than it is to do it IRL. Although you're probably not wrong. If I had the disposable income, I'm sure I would tinker with that sort of stuff IRL as well, probably. Now, I don't know if these numbers are going to be wholly accurate because maybe I do last day just to be safe. Yeah, we've made nowhere near as much gold today. Nowhere near. 278 plus 160 plus 62 plus 35. There's no way I only sold 35,000 gold worth of decor. Yeah, we did half a mil today. Literally half as much. That's the difference between a Sunday's worth of sales and a Monday's worth of sales. And yesterday I didn't relist all of my auctions. in the evening. So half as much effort, weekend to weekday worth of sales. But, you know, revenue's good. Profit margins on most of this is about 50% anyway, so still makes the whole thing worth doing. Wonder what your profession stage would be like before you buy up all of the stuff from the market. IRL, it's called running a business. Crafting in World of Warcraft is the equivalent of running a business. You buy materials, you craft shit, and you sell it to people. Business. Working for a wage is farming. If you work for somebody else, if you farm materials or flip burgers, it's the same. That's what you're doing. When you start owning and running a business, then you're crafting. And then when you're just reinvesting dividends into the stock market, that's flipping. A lot of similarities. Where's the next beta patch? At this point, I got no clue. No clue. What do I use for accounting? I don't really pay all that much attention, but when I am paying some attention, I use an add-on called Journalator. This doesn't strictly show everything I would want to, but it does enough to give me an idea of what's going on. Yeah, Journalator is what I tend to use. For a long time, I've not been able to trust any of the data that TSM gives me. I know TSM has like funky graphs and stuff and lots of like numbers and can track your stock and give a value to it, and you can search via resale, for example, for the purpose of flipping. But unfortunately, I just don't have much confidence in the data it gives me these days. Sent you a DM, check it later. Thank you, Jack, appreciate it. Thank you. So a new build or items should be out today. There was no point to add these if they were not planning something new. Fragmented Memento of Epoch challenges? Why does that name ring a bell? Fragmented Memento of Epoch challenges. Yeah, that's a remix thing. Combine 2 of these to gain a significant amount of infinite power and stamina. Combine 2 of them? Added in 11.27, the Midnight Prologue. It's a legendary version, so instead of combining 100, you combine 2. Do we not think the legendary version is just maybe an alternative that they were going for? Maybe used in the rumored last phase as such as a catch-up. Fitting the last phase where actual Legion when artifacts became overpowered. Yeah, maybe there's going to be a new remix build today for the last week. That would be interesting. Oh, I don't want to go play remix. I don't want to play remix. But if they do something silly, we'd have to go take a look. We'd have to go take a look, wouldn't we? Is Goblin Toolbox easily multiplied on your other accounts? Yeah. Yeah, profiles are a part of Goblin Toolbox now. Woo's managed to get profiles in. So you can make one setup and then just, copy paste the settings. There's no import export like some add-ons have for profiles, but we're lucky that profiles even exist. Woo's only just been able to get those figured out. You just press the same buttons. Yeah, maybe there's going to be a bit of a... Maybe there'll be a remix patch later today. It'd be fun if there is. What have I got? I'll have a little look at this later, Jack. Looks interesting, though. Yeah, I'll have a little look at that later. By the way, it's a half Finn now. Are you excited about the upcoming Winter Games? I assume Finland will be joining with a lot of players. There's Winter Games coming up. I didn't know. I think that tells you all you need to know. Probably tells you everything you need to know. I feel like I live in the Arctic these days. Every day is Winter Games. Only played Remix for the last couple of weeks, so I'd love if they tweaked some of the things in the last weeks. I need a lot of bronze to buy some stuff. Oh yeah, the decor items, if you don't buy them in Remix, could be pretty pricey after. Yeah. There's going to be a little patch at least. There's an achievement for logging in at the end of Remix. I presume this will get pushed for the last week. Who knows what they add in as well. Yeah, maybe they just go absolutely bananas with it. Maybe they just allow, quickly allow people who haven't already to zug up to 999 verse. What to use in TSM if you're crafting mounts cross-realm? Because crafting don't work in auctioning operations. Oh, you're trying to you're talking about the auctioning operations. Yeah, you just don't use crafting in the pricing operation. I wouldn't recommend using the crafting pricing operation for anything really these days. It's just not really reliable. You have to be far more in control of your crafting price. And then you post at a market rate. You have to just be a little bit more in control of the profit margin rather than trying to get an add-on to do all of it for you blindly. For now, I want to, considering the lumber is now apparently retroactive, or it's being tracked at least, it definitely means I want to do a bit more lumber farming, believe it or not. Dragon pine lumber. Lumber harvested on the reawakened continent of the Dragon Isles. We don't have any dragon pine lumber.
Return
And I could do with getting a few cheeky knowledge points for Dragonflight, herbing and mining. So we are going to do just that. No, not so much manual posting. You just don't use crafting. You just use like DB region sale average or DB market or which another price source. But like I said, it's then up to you to be more in control of what's going on. Hardcore farming marks of honor. Oh, yeah, I wonder if I have any need for marks of honor. That's a fun fact. Some last minute comp stomp shenanigans. I'm gonna have a little look actually. I'm gonna have a little looky. I think there's a good chance that I still need a bunch of BFA recipes, maybe? With marks of honor. You up in the streaming hours in midnight? I have no idea what the schedule's going to look in midnight right now. My streaming schedule at the moment is actually probably going to decrease before it increases. In the run up to midnight's launch, I will probably be dropping down to maybe 3 days a week streaming so that I can give myself 2 solid days of getting things ready. Then once midnight launches, fucking who knows? Who knows? Depends how much fun I have with it. And more importantly, it depends how much support with IRL things I can get from the wife. Once I set up my 70 realm alts, should I practice with just one deck or market first, buying and distributing? Probably. Start small, work your way up. But I'm going to be brutally honest with you. Going from 0 to 70 realms is a terrible idea. You want to just practice the process and get some sales on the, you know, you want to start smaller than that. You are treacherously well known, Mr. Goldson, for burning yourself to a crisp. If you try and start flipping on 70 realms out of nowhere, you will cook yourself. Do it on like pick 5 or 10 realms and just figure out and get the ball rolling, and then you can add to it. Would be my advice. I am quite sure from all the way back in flipping BFA, there's like... Didn't all of this stuff once upon a time have like multiple ranks to it or something? Yeah, here we go. All this sort of stuff required marks of honor, I believe. Would it show in Unlearned? It wouldn't show in Unlearned, would it? Because I have the recipe. It's more about tracking. I might have already done this like a million years. No, here we go, look. Yeah, requires marks of honor. So the higher rank recipes of this require marks of honor. I might just bang out a few let's have a look. Let's investigate. Let's have a look. Where is it? Comp stomp. Join battle. Can you also jack up your honor level by doing this as well? Honor level 13. Oh dear. How do you remove an item from tracking in the Goblin Toolbox? I would imagine you just do the same thing as you do to add it. Again. Did you have a golden cow moment during the War Within expansion, giving you way more profit than expected? Mechanica. Don't forget to buy a flask, a vicious flask of honor. Wait, hold up. Mechanica was a cash cow. Yeah, Mechanica was definitely a bit of a cash cow. Mostly because most people either weren't willing to or didn't have the opportunity to set up a system which farmed them effectively. If I mention Mechanica too many times, Persephone melts, so I won't do it. Went up 18 honor levels this week. 24 was my goal, but I fell short. Damn. Yeah, Mechanica was my cash cow in Season 2. Season 1, jewel crafting crushing made me a lot of gold. When all of the jewel crafters were dumping their leveling gems, I would just buy them all up, crush them, and was just printing silly gold. I was able to do that for about 3 days straight before the market on that one completely crashed and other people figured out that, hang on, this is a gold mine. What else was there? I made an awful lot of gold on flasks. I was one of the first people in the EU to get the haste flask, like mass producible. Mass producing haste flasks just as the raid launched. That was a lot of money. Few mini good opportunities. Don't forget to pull all of the items out of your 72 realms mailboxes and then lose them forever. I swear, the mailbox monster claims more items in this game than actually sells. Like, because you know for a fact there's people that do that, right? They spend a month straight just farming transmog and end up with like 5,000 items listed on their realm. And then they're like, oh, a squirrel, let's go play Ark Raiders for 6 weeks. And then they come back and it's all gone. It's just all gone. You're like, oh, shit. That, you know that happens like every day. I have not done this, and I have no idea what we're doing with this. Literally forever. I cannot remember the last time I did any sort of battleground, even if it's comp stomp. Do we just... I know it's... Oh, okay. It seems we just run to the end anyway. You're going to claim that. There was no point in me coming up here. Is it just everybody stables, nuke them down, and then cap? Is that what it is? Kill him! If I die in comp stomp, it's embarrassing. Oh, well, we've cleaned them. GG, right? We just have to wait till they all cap now. Yeah, okay. I might need to close my other accounts. Whoa! Taking damage. See a born PvPer. Nope. We cap in, we're capped. Right, it should be GG now, right? They're gonna spawn once more. I am not dying in comp stomp. I refuse. Fun fact, I haven't actually played the game in so flipping long. I can barely remember keybinds. Ta-da! Winning. Marks of Honor. Glorious Contenders Strongbox. Artisans Consortium Pamphlet. What the flipping hell is this? Sure. Okay. Might be a good way to farm honor for the PvP recipes in Midnight. No, because honor gets reset. If we're going to do any of this, there's no reason to keep these open in the background, hogging system resources. I'll log these off for now. And I guess maybe, if that's the case, we can jack up the quality a little bit. In before PC melts. Give me some frames. What's in these things then? 2 more Marks of Honor. Artisans Consortium Pamphlet. What the fuck is this? Awarded within the first few wins in queued PvP con. Sure. Green heraldry things are so annoying. What are these things? 1 gold, 29 apiece. Oh, it doesn't let you trash them? Oh, really? Just throw them on the auction house. Quicker than trashing them. I hate that the PvP gear always looks so much better than PvE. Well, it's got to have some upside, doesn't it? I should have ATT on this. If I do ATT shift click Mark of Honor, turns out I might need a few of these. Oh boy. Post them for 1 silver each just to get them out of my bags. Use them to craft some PvP gear next expansion. Okay. I need a casual 27,000 more of them, apparently. $27,562 Marks of Honor to go. Goblin Toolbox Mark of Honor. I don't have Goblin Toolbox on at the moment on this character. This account. I should switch it on. Hang on. After this. Can we get some frames, please, game? I would love some frame rate today. Turn off that add-on. It's killing your frames. Oh, what, ATT? Nah, it's fine. It's all good. What we can do. Goblin toolbox is on. Where's it gone? Oh, hiding instances raid, hiding combat. Oh, we'll do this after. Because I'm probably going to keep it up on the top of my screen here. Price source is set to none in point blank sniper. Any idea why? Yeah, it's a drop down. Click it. Select which price source you want. If you don't have TSM installed, it can't use TSM price sources, so you need to have TSM on to use TSM price sources. Ah, look at all the long boys. Clearly a goblin party. Nobody needs to see any of that. Apparently I need 1,334 marks, which means I'm supposedly done, but I think that's ATT lying. Yeah, I need 27,000 of them. I don't think I'm getting them anytime soon. Tag him! Yeah, for Midnight, their comp stomp is going to be a semi-permanent thing, but to my understanding, it doesn't reward marks of honor. At least it's not in the beta right now. So, interestingly, yeah, I don't know what the mechanics of that is. Why they would feel the need to add it permanently into the game, but then nuke the rewards from it. Fun detected? Maybe. Though I would say that this is questionable levels of fun. You know, it's novel for a while, is the way I would put it. The marks are like the whole point of this. Well, that's it. It's in a way, it's kind of a good way for people to be able to get the marks without having to do PvP. But the fact that it was kind of limited, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the for collectors really more than anything, isn't it? There's 12 expansions worth of PvP gear that you can technically go and buy to acquire the appearances from. I like PvP for about a day, think it's great fun, start collecting the gear, then don't play it again for 6 weeks. I can see that being a thing. Click the lock icon to unlock. Oh, this unlocks these as well, does it? Okay. Oh god, we can't have that. Oh, the icons are scaled differently. Oh, that's gonna flip my OCD. Is there a way? Not yet. I would like to buy more warbank slots. You and me both, actually. I'd love me some of that. Very beautiful pets. Thanks, whoever that was. Me too. Me too. Me too fabulous cocks. Decrease personal bank slots, increase warband bank slots. Yeah. Agreed. There is still value, obviously, for individual characters having bag space, but, you know, I'm now at the point where if it's soul-bound, it goes in my bank. Nothing that's in any way, shape, or form warbound or tradable stays in my banks. Most of my characters' banks are like barren. Because why would I not keep something that's tradable and usable by multiple characters in the warbank? The only frustration for me is that I use the warbank pretty heavily these days for like moving stuff between realms, which means that I kind of need to, for the most part, almost keep it clean. I feel like I have to kind of keep it clean and tidy just so I can have as much space in it as possible for... I need to move 100 items from one realm to another, for example. But yeah, I've even bought the last tab in the warbank now. And I still feel as if I could do more. Maybe Blizzard give me the option for more warbank space. Jesus, look at the paladins. Paladin party. Never mind goblin party. Having 300 plus pieces of decor in the warbank feels up real. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. Like, there's 240 individual items, and in many cases, I will have multiple of each item, so my warbank just disappears real fast. Oh, they're all coming this way anyway. I got hexed! Flippin' polyed. How about no? Ruined. Absolutely ruined. Yeah, I know why I haven't done Comp Stomp very much, because as novel and as interesting as this is, I think I'm on game 3 and I'm bored. And if I'm bored playing it, I can't possibly imagine how bored you get watching it. Not bad for Honor, though. Still got the Suramar High Mountain Azuna campaigns to finish in Remix for the achievements. Just can't get myself to grind that stuff, wondering how much I'll regret it. Remix is just a fun side hustle. There's basically nothing to regret by not doing it. It's, you know, it's a mini game. It's all good. How am I not even on the list? Okay, the list is like hyper bugged. Nine marks of honor. What have I done? 3, so it's about an average of 3 marks of honor per comp stomp, which is one of those where it's kind of like, cool. Oh, I don't even know what they were. Oh, more marks of honor, and some conquest. Accidental wins. Which add-on of mine is doing auto-completion? I don't want it doing auto-completion. Is that Zygor that's doing that? Too many add-ons. Yes. Four class horn chains left on Remix for the hidden achievement, but posting decals in all of my free time. Yeah, because you're going for it hard. Keep undercutting all my characters. Slow down, go play Remix. I've seen ya. Yes, go play Remix. I'll look after the auction houses. I'm going to be honest, it's this 2-minute wait at the beginning of it that will probably bore me more than anything else. This 2-minute wait at the beginning is probably what I should be using to do cancel scans and relists on the other 4 accounts at the same time. I can now see why splitting the realm flippers over 4 accounts instead of 1. I'm more than just a pretty face, Goldson. Like, my advice comes usually from experience. Like, splitting it into 4, it's still 20 characters per account, but those 20 characters can still take me an hour to go through. It will take you at least 2 hours to do it on only 2 accounts, probably more, to achieve the same thing. Have you got PvP talent set? For Comp Stomp, you mad? No. I don't care. Like, I don't care about this. Free win. Yeah, I might not do many of these. These are novel. That it's just a free win every time, but waiting for 2 minutes to run over there and then kill a few mobs for another 2 minutes. I'm bored real quick with this. I could be making 70k gold an hour farming lumber right now. Maybe 48-hour listings for next reset. Yeah. As far as decor is concerned, though, it's too fast of a market to post it for anything but 12 hours, really. 24, maybe. But that's still gonna mean it'll take you more time than it probably should to repost everything, because you'll have to cancel off old stuff first. Tricks to do comp stomp on the second monitor, auto run when the game starts, and quote unquote defend a flag. Use the honor flask, trade your on it in for more marks. Oh, I see. So AFKing the AFK simulator, basically, yeah. Yeah, my second monitor way to do this would be to have actually been doing this whilst relisting all of my auctions on the 80 realms, wouldn't it? Forget it from being a main monitor activity. That's far too much like hard work. This is why I know I've been setting up Dairy Leah to be my farming character across all expansions. But this is also why having a bonus farming character on a second account is kind of useful. Because I could be doing this on one account. You know, this could easily be over here while I could be doing some farming or doing something else on the other one. Because I doubt you're going to get booted from a comp stomp for being AFK, particularly, are you? Unless 90% of your team ends up being AFK. It does kind of only work if everybody does stomp it, I suppose. Rumors of a StarCraft FPS game coming out. BlizzCon could be good this year. Blizzard have wanted to get into the FPS market for, like, ever. You got to remember that, like, Titan, once upon a time, before Overwatch became a thing. I mean, I suppose they are in the market with Overwatch, but Overwatch was kind of like a... Overwatch was the bastard child of the FPS game they wanted to make. Overwatch was the definition of, like, we'll just recycle these assets so the $1 billion we've sunk into it doesn't go to complete waste. And in fairness to Overwatch, it turned out alright, but I'm sure XQC probably wouldn't be where he is now without a bit of Overwatch shenanigans, but great example of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. I mean, Overwatch 2 is just a bit of a meme, isn't it, at this point? A bit of a meme. How could they possibly justify re-releasing the exact same thing and calling it 2 without any of the features they promised for 2? Like, what? That's like... I mean, that's Call of Duty level cheeky, that is. That's like, that without even get, like, I don't know, yeah, that... I don't know even where you start with that, to be honest. Kind of mental. Alright, one more. One more. Overwatch would have been great if Blizzard knew what to do with Overwatch after its initial launch. It was basically in free fall until Overwatch 2 release, and now it's Season Pass Simulator. Yeah. Just as people dog on Overwatch, it's incredibly successful. It did well, but they pushed it in a direction that, well, I don't know what the hell happened, because they literally just re-released it and was like, give us more money. It was kind of odd. We didn't deliver anything we promised, but keep buying our cosmetics. Yeah, especially with all of the flipping loot box controversy from literally the word go. Kind of odd, kind of crazy, but the thing is, the combat in Overwatch was reasonably good. This is the thing. This is why, this is why it took off, because it was reasonably good. Blizzard seems to have this ability to get combat feeling relatively smooth, when many other games it's just kind of clunky as fuck, and you just deal with it because it's fun. Blizzard seems to have this ability to make combat feel pretty good. Like, World of Warcraft's combat is literally second to... Why am I the leader of the group? You lot do not know what's going on. World of Warcraft's combat system, for the most part, is a key aspect to why this game has lasted as long as it has. Because the combat, it doesn't feel bad. That's the thing, right? So many other games, the combat feels like juddery and jarring and clunky, and you just deal with the combat even though it kind of feels off because the rest of the game is quite fun. World of Warcraft's always had the advantage of that the combat is relatively smooth. So smooth that people aren't thinking about it. Basically meaning that you can just kind of like meander your way through the quest lines, dungeons, leveling up characters and this sort of stuff. And you're at no point put off by a clunky combat system. Yeah, re-releasing Overwatch with the promise of a PvE campaign that they ultimately scrapped is kind of wild, yeah. Thing is, though, it was kind of they should have looked at Fortnite and gone, PvE is not where it's at, right? They should have figured that shit out way ahead of time. Most people forget that Fortnite has an entire PvE side of the game. And the entire PvE version of the game came out before the Battle Royale version of the game. But people kind of, forget or don't even know that Fortnite has a PvE side. Blizzard should have looked at that and gone, you know what? Overwatch doesn't need a PvE thing, because them over there, the guys who have done it really fucking well, have already quickly realised that it's a no-starter. But, these companies don't learn from their competitors' mistakes. They only learn from their own. Where is everybody? How am I the only one here? Blizzard struggles monetizing other games other than WoW and updating them. Heroes of the Storm, for example. The problem is they're not innovative anymore. They seem to live off the back of trying to copy what's already successful somewhere else. It's why I'm kind of glad that Blizzard hasn't chosen to go down the Battle Royale route and chose to make Plunderstorm instead. Right? They chose to make Plunderstorm a mini Battle Royale that's a mini game within World of Warcraft. Was the best way they could have approached the Battle Royale genre and craze that we're seeing at the moment. But Heroes of the Storm was a copy-paste of a concept that was already dominated by other companies. Well, like Warcraft Rumble on mobile was them trying to enter a market that is already dominated by other companies. They, World of Warcraft, they have been able to be market leaders in and relatively innovative in for 20 years. But, you know, wherever they've spent money otherwise, they've struggled. Diablo does alright, even though Diablo 4 has been hella rocky. And their only real way to monetize that is to just also keep trying to sell people cosmetics. But I wonder just how much money... like, Diablo 3 must have made Blizzard absolutely stacks of cash. But at the same time, it was like a live service game with new seasons every few months that comes with permanent development time and cost, without them ever getting any more money from Diablo 3. So Diablo 3 was very good for branding, but you can tell why Diablo 4 has turned up, and they're like, right, money, 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 money. Because they've looked at probably the cash flow of Diablo 3 and were like, yeah, sure, we make a lot of money when we sell a game, but they were making nothing off players for years and years and years, doing all the seasonal updates. They were, you know, preying on every season to sell a whole bunch of boxes for the new each and every time. Overwatch wasn't a cash cow, then Microsoft would have dumped it. Look how quickly they killed Rumble. Rumble killed itself. Rumble killed itself by being too slow. Right, one more. One more. D4 was such a bad release. The game was in development for 10 years. They basically didn't innovate the combat at all. I mean, from what I've heard, the last season of Diablo 4 has been one of the better seasons by those who are, like, consistent with playing it. But I can't help get over the fact that, you know, Diablo 4's launch was so poor that I've had very little reason to go back to it. Diablo 3 was arcadey enough that I used to dip back into Diablo 3 every other season. I would kind of like, you know, jump back in, blast it for a week. It was arcadey, fast enough to level, fast enough to process. You could throw 40 hours at it at a season, and then you'd get to the point where, you know, you'd have to spend another 40 hours to gain a 10% power increase. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll put it down now. But you could have that week or so's worth of, like, just blast fun. With Diablo 3, I'd never got that with D4. I don't think it had the right... It couldn't... Diablo 4, I think, struggled with finding its feet. Like, it wanted to appeal to too many people. It wanted to appeal to the, like, Path of Exile giga grinders. But it also wanted to appeal to the, like, the, you know, the more arcadey, casual Diablo 3 audience. And I think it struggled because of that. Its identity is a little bit broken. If you deleted the Darkmoon Fair Adventurer book from the introductory quest, you could be looting those turn-in items that sell for 600 gold each. Oh, I don't care about that sort of stuff. It's just far too much like hard work. I mean, I have, yeah, I probably in my bank or something somewhere, I don't know. Played this season in D4. So much better since launch. Finally had some fun, but people still remember the game as D4 bad. So the first impression's very important, unless it's a No Man's Sky. Well, I mean, No Man's Sky has taken 10 years to revitalise its branding, hasn't it? I'm actually very tempted to go play No Man's Sky again, you know. Because I was also one of the people that played No Man's Sky when it first came out. And was mighty disappointed with it. But it's one of those games that I think I could go back to now, and it could be another one that's just kind of fun for a week. But it's finding that week to, like, slide it in. Apparently, No Man's Sky is just a very good game now. But it does literally show that a very good game by today's standards takes a decade of, like, development, almost post-release decade of development. This is not me sort of not me giving games a pass for like all of this early access nonsense, but it does show that if game devs like try and shit out a AAA title in 2 years when it's massively undercooked, it might not work very well. Where's the rest of it? Oh, they keep respawning it. Will you lot fuck off? Played, ran up to the first boss, literally stood still whilst hitting it. Nothing to dodge, no skill, just boring. Yeah, D4's another one that we should go back and play a season at some point. It's just, it's a timing thing, really. I like going and playing other games, but these days, I'm not looking for a second job. Like, World of Warcraft has to maintain its position as my main priority game. I don't mind going and playing other games, but it's why I kind of more lean towards playing other sort of single-player games, because I can sort of chip away at them. Either just one big gigazerg, you know. I think we played Satisfactory for like 100 hours across a month. We absolutely blasted Satisfactory for a month. And I had a lot of fun doing that. But then I, you know, also very quickly put it down. And we're like, okay, we've done that. That was cool. Games like D4 and Path of Exile and a lot of other these sort of like online live servicey PvP sort of games. Not that I don't think they'd be very fun, but these are games that people play consistently for a long, long period of time. And I already have that. I have WoW. Boom! Right, I think that that's the last of these comp stomps, I think. Royals, how we doing? Welcome in, good evening to you, of course. I'm pretty sure you're part of Team Goldson. Part of Team Australia. 23 quick marks of honor. Cool. I might bang out an hour lumber farming, I think. I don't think I have... What I might need to quickly do, blacksmithing work orders. Quickly. I just struggle with it being premium priced, very little innovation, box price plus shady bullshit cash store with all the dark patterns and garbage you'd expect. With D4. Yeah, I mean, Blizzard used to be much better at this, but they're definitely getting worse. Their monetization. I mean, WoW now doesn't go a single calendar month without an offer or a promo or something. And I think World of Warcraft is one of the better monetized games out there, believe it or not. Even though we have to buy the game at $90 now. We have to then pay a $15 a month subscription to continue playing the game we've just paid $90 for. So you're getting double dipped from the word go. Plus you've got like the in-game store, pets, mounts, cosmetics, soon to be decor. You can also buy gold on top of that if you don't wish to engage in any of the economy in the game and just want to like shortcut your way to being wealthy. Like, you know, it's in its own regards, it's pretty gross, the monetization in this game, but when you look at it compared to your Call of Duties and stuff, it's absolutely, you know, it's saintly compared to what some companies out there are doing. So it's you can complain about it, but you have to keep the complaints somewhat in oh, I haven't got the weekly quest, believe it or not. That's funny. It's a long-time PoE player. I think PoE 1 is not a very good casual game. No, but it captivated a market that wasn't looking for casual. This is the thing. This is why I think D4 struggled at the beginning. It tried to do both things. Diablo 4 tried to both appeal to the casual ARPG audience whilst also trying to steal a bunch of Path of Exile's Gigasweats, and it achieved neither. And only after when did D4 come out now? I don't know, 2 years ago. It's taken ages for it to like find its feet, because it tried to do everything and in turn did nothing. When you're making a game for everyone, you're making a game for no one. Yeah. There's definitely truth in that. Sanctified alloys are at like 60 gold a piece. Flipping hell. I remember paying like 5,000 gold a piece for those. Riot's still doing an MMO. They've got some in cooking, yeah. But Riot is literally one of the most wealthy gaming companies out there, so they're like one of the only people in a position to even consider doing an MMO, really. Because they literally have, you know, they got League of Legends money, which is money on a different level. It just got scrapped and started from new again, so not anytime soon. Making MMOs isn't easy. because the time and effort it takes to build one, by the time you've got development off the ground, the entire industry's moved on from that, you know. This is why people that tried to jump on the Battle Royale market after Fortnite's success, some did it alright, some absolutely fell flat on their face. I find it funny looking at how many different like factory sim games there are now. I mean, Factorio absolutely paved the path for that, and yet Factorio is still, because they are the original, the OGs, they are still one of the best, arguably the best factory sim game out there. Yeah, your Satisfactories, your Foundries, your DSPs, your Captain of Industry. There's a bunch of different games that have come out that have all had to take their own little twist to get a piece of the pie. But the daddy factory game is still Factorio. There's part of me that's kind of sad that the Factorio's kind of done though. But I hope they are actually done with it. I hope they don't try and fuck about and do anything more with it. I'm going to be honest, like Factorio, I didn't even properly play the Space Age expansion because I already think they were fucking about with it a bit too much with that. I still think the vanilla Factorio is one of the best games ever made. But the fact I can close my eyes and play that game from start to finish, it's kind of wild. I think I'm just stacking up the blacksmithing knowledge points just so that one day I can just press all of the buttons and fill it all in. I think there's no need to spend those points yet. I think I have blacksmithing. I think I have engineering. Maybe a bit of inscription. I think tailoring's finished. Did you notice there is one rare crafted decor item that uses another crafted decor item as a crafting reagent? Yeah, there's a couple of weird ones. I don't, you know, like I said, I don't actually do the largest amount of crafting of the decor. I do mostly flipping of it, but yeah, I did notice there's a couple of odd ones. Oh my god, my brother-in-law's cat. My brother-in-law's just got a new cat, and it's the cutest cat you've ever seen. And I'm team dog. I'm not even team cat. But look at this floof ball. Lights. Check that floof ball out. That is one of the most outrageously beautiful cats on the planet. 9 weeks old, apparently. Oh, I have no idea what kind of cat it is. It's white and it's fluffy and it's got blue eyes. I ain't got a clue. Tell him I'm on the way to cuddle it. Right, well, he lives in Sweden these days. So, it's going to take you you're going to have to get your swimming gear on if you want to go and, wait. Public work orders? Hello? Triple head horns? Whoa, this is Dragonflight. Hell? Is somebody just going to go put this straight on the auction? No, somebody does legitimately want that. I'm going to do that just because I'm a top G. Public work orders from Dragonflight. What the world is going on? Ha! Okay. Sure. Conveniently positioned long boy, thank you very much. Please get out of my shop and come again. My aunt and cousin live in Sweden, they probably know him. Maybe. Cat expert here. I think that breed is called small floof. Yes. Smollius floofius. Raise you my sister's new doggo? Oh, look at him. Another floofs. Order floofs. Where were my floofs actually? One's over there. Willow's asleep. Solo's fast asleep. He's fell asleep on one of the toys by the looks of things. And the other pair are also flopped. My camera doesn't want to seem to focus properly. Here we go. Even when she's asleep, Alma seems to know she's on camera. Kind of look like a Norwegian forest cat, or an all-white Norwegian forest cat is really rare. He's already got a cat. He's already got like a forest cat style thing. Monstrously floofy thing. This is their second one. So there's a good chance it could be. $118 knowledge points I'm still missing with inscription. Apparently. Let's at least get that one filled in. I think it's just the Dark Moon. Yeah, it's just the Dark Moon stuff I'm missing. Which, let's be honest, I am really not bothered about ever getting these points ever. Other than from the fact that it will just frustrate me that I'm missing points. I don't think any recipes... Oh, learn how to transcribe other cards in... Oh, okay, so there is recipes attached to these as well. Ugh, gross. Gross. Older doggo, unimpressed. Puppies are cute, aren't they? Something about puppies. Love me puppies. Also, love golden retrievers. If I didn't have a household full of Finnish Lapland dogs, I'd have golden retrievers. Before I got Alma and then Sula, I was having the discussions with the wife about getting a golden retriever. Because I think they're absolutely wonderful dogs. Household full of wolves. Yeah. Inscription in Midnight's got 880 knowledge points to fill out all the nodes. Yeah, they've gone flipping to Crazy Town, haven't they, with Dark Moon, the Dark Moon tree, that's why. But the fact that they've moved the barrier even further is kind of wild. I think blacksmithing has like 800 knowledge points right now. I was always Team Cap, but those guys are winning me over. Yeah, golden retrievers are on another level. They're super cool dogs. 30 points missing from engineering, apparently. really need to prune my add-on usage, though. These accounts take way too long to log on. Oh, okay. Well, that's an easy log-off situation, isn't it? That ain't happening. Nothing beats a dash hunt, in my opinion. Sausage dogs are cool. I love a sausage dog. Sausage dogs don't do very well, although there is lots of them in Finland. They don't do too well in the snow, do they? They kind of get lost a little bit. I got angry at Manchester City. They were playing against a club called Exeter, second division, run by supporters, so they aren't rich and often have financial problems. Yeah. In an FA game, 90% of the ticket sales goes to both teams. It's an even split. They asked City if they could have the full 90 because of their financial situation, and they did not respond. Made me pissed that a billion pound club doesn't give a damn about it. Yeah, I don't know too much about football these days, but I do know that it's so dominated by money now, it's almost disgusting. But it's really not my level of expertise anymore. I'm going to farm some Dragonflight lumber for maybe half hour. I'm really tired today, though. Today's not going to be a long stream. I'm going to be honest. I'm basically ticking over today. And it's probably smart me not trying to push too hard, considering soon as we do get a proper beta build update, it's going to be put flat to the floor. Max number of knowledge points per week in Midnight, 880 divided by how many weeks to max it out? Well, the equation is not that much different to the War Within. So you're looking at like probably 15 to 20 knowledge points a week. Yeah, in other words, it's an absolutely disgusting amount of knowledge points to obtain from a single profession. Any chance of a video of the doggos playing in the snow? Do I have any videos of the dogs playing in the snow? Usually when the dogs are out playing in the snow, I'm holding the leads or I'm in charge of making sure they don't run away, meaning I'm not usually looking at phones. You got... Yeah, I don't really have any videos of the dogs playing in the snow since we've had the big snow. A good point. I should maybe take some. There's a cute picture of Sulla sleeping with his tongue out. We were watching some TV the other day. I don't know what he was dreaming about, but it was clearly tasty because his tongue was like sticking out and it was like flapping as well. He was clearly eating something in his sleep. And Nipsa was making herself comfortable on the sofa. This is how she sleeps on the sofa in the main house. Just upside down. Flip, I tell you what, a white sofa was the worst decision we ever made. I'm just saying, before the comments come out. 3 dogs, white sofa, terrible decision. Keeping that fucking thing clean is impossible. Really identifiable low. Well, yeah, sure. Welcome in, Mr. K-Check. Welcome in, welcome in. White furniture is for rich people? No, for stupid people. Well, the thing is right, when it comes to the professions, we sort of assume that, you know, the simplification protocol was assigned to professions as well. But the reality is that Blizzard have never really actually come forward and said that's their goal. We've had basically no information from Blizzard about any of the professions or the direction that they like going in with that side of things at all. You know, there was a couple of extracted clips of Ian from a handful of interviews where he clearly had a very generic. He had a pre-recorded answer that he used in about 3 different interviews. One, I think, with Mr. GM, where he was basically saying that they didn't really want to change how gear crafting was done because they still feel that you should have to go on a journey to get your best piece of gear. But they wanted to make getting a potion or a flask easier. Hence the 2 ranks of mats, yeah. Even though the reality is the 2 ranks of mats doesn't really make the potion thing any easier, because crafting of said potion is still subject to multi-craft resourcefulness, lots of knowledge points if you want to guarantee them. If you can't guarantee them, you got to use concentration, but at least now you can use normal mats and concentration and get a couple of high quality ones. They've kind of, it's a half tick, right? They've semi-simplified the things that they said they were going to simplify, that they wanted to simplify. They wanted to make commodities easier for people to get their hands on, whether it be crafting them themselves or in turn probably easier and or cheaper on the auction house, which there's a strong chance that the way materials are looking in Midnight, everything will be pretty damn cheap. Is my suspicions, at least, anyway. 18 knowledge points a week equals 49 weeks, not including first-time crafts or renowned knowledge points. So nearly an entire calendar year to cap Dawn Crafting's knowledge points. Damn. That's actually pretty bananas, isn't it? Why do I not have week... Oh, am I not tracking low-level quests? Is that what it's going to be? Yeah, so we've got Herbalism quest. Gather Writhe Barks. Where's the mining one? This is the show your metal quest. Not that I need any of that. Mining one's up here, isn't it? I can't remember flipping Dragonflight stuff, if I'm honest. Ceravite ore and Writhe Bark. We'll pick some of that up whilst going and doing some decor farming. I need to take a pee, and then we'll do like half hour, an hour, maybe lumber farming. See what we can do gold-wise from Dragonflight. Back in 2 minutes. Alrighty, let's try. Let's see if I can remember what the hell we're doing out here. We need graphic settings to be able to see dirt piles properly. Let's go over to Anaran Plains. I reckon a lap around Anaran Plains. My lumber route for out here is pretty spiky, but the concept is just fly around Anaran Plains. The entire zone is full of lumber, so I guess you just go up and down the river as well, don't you really? Do herbing, mining, pick up some dirt piles, pick up some lumber. GG, well played. I would imagine. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the play. How do you add the custom price source to the tooltip? Tooltip settings in TSM. /TSM settings, tooltip settings. It'll be here somewhere. Make sure it's on. Right, let's go gadget go. There's next to 0 Wraith bark in the plains. This is your span is full of it. Oh, it doesn't matter too much. I'll just buy it off the auction house if I need it. It don't matter. Those turn-in quests are just that. They're just turn-ins. You don't actually need to farm the mats yourself. Hello? Where's the ore? Hello? It is invisible. If I focus on lumber but pick up herbs and ore whilst we go, then that should net us the most gold. But I'm not going to go particularly out of my way for herbs or ore. Need outline mode on. On which one is it? Can't remember which setting it is for outline mode to make them most visible. Is it outline mode off then? This shit ain't visible at all. What's the what? Which is the one that gives it the funky pink outline? Disabled? Oh, that gives them the sparkles. Most visible is with inky black potions. Yeah, because you make the landscape dark, don't you? That's quite clever, actually. Inky black potions. Then you put outline mode on high. And then everything glows purple. Aha. It's not as cool looking on the stream, mind, but it does mean that things stand out. Infinite dark mode. And the irony is then actually probably every other setting on like 1. We put base quality on 1, view distance on maximum, outline mode on high. Is this like gathering cheat mode? You see shit from miles away now. Like X-ray vision. See shit through walls. It's just like using ultra low quality on War Thunder. Yeah, this is why all the like PUBG crowd and like Battle Royale guys use like negative settings. Negative settings, maximum FPS, maximum draw distance. I can literally see these axes from the other side of the map. Oh, that's actually quite funny. You think these videos are worth these settings are worth a video? I mean, it is almost like activating X-ray vision, isn't it? You could probably, to be fair, you could probably go one step further if you start fucking about with all of the gamma settings and stuff. You could probably create a full X-ray style mode. The fact that the only source of light from across the entire map then becomes things you can click on. Invalid target? What the hell's going on there? When was the last time I made a video? Hey, we're not allowed to say things like that. RTX off, yeah, literally. Yeah, for stuff like this, there is a clear and definite advantage to like turning everything down. Look, I could literally see that herb through the landscape. This is cracked. All the treasures have a nice little cheeky purple outline. If I was to actually follow my, yeah, if we just go up and down the river in the middle here, actually. Yeah, this was literally glowing through the floor. It does actually feel like cheating. I'm pleasantly surprised. How to make 400 plus lumber an hour with this one simple trick. Oh, we're not going that far. Oh, look, there's a herb down there behind that landscape. These dream bloom petals, these are the standard. Where we got unyielding stone, that's the default one. Petal, that's the default one. Million gold per hour, 10% off my gold making guide only today. Hey, you seem to be referencing somebody or someone there. %50 off with code Manthe. I've not found any dirt piles though. Tuskar tackle boxes. Can't move for those things. I remember those being a pain in the ass. Look at this herb here. Do you spot the herb there? Literally through the rock. Literally X-ray vision.
One of our foragers spotted food nearby. See what you can gather.
They spawn in cycles. They could just not be up in the plains right now. Oh, that's true. Yeah, not always up in all zones.
Something big just shook loose. This is gonna be the find of a lifetime. Let's get excavating.
Oh yeah, the not having shovels thing is probably reason number one though. Quick, sell me a shovel. What were they called? Sturdy Expedition. 200 gold apiece! Getting skamazed. Wait, there's only one Sturdy Expedition shovel. What's going on? I forgot you had to buy those things. I forgot there was a permanent running cost. 20 charges. Didn't you buy them for like 50 resources or something? Maybe I'll go grab some. Well reminded, thank you. But yeah, Inky Black Potion, quality 1 settings, view distance on max, outline mode high. there's your lumber farming life hack. To be able to see nodes from across the map. Not only across the map, but through terrain. Doesn't mean you don't hit the terrain, though. Speed streaming in Ethiopia with like 300 bodyguards. And that guy's on another level. Why is that whole cave on flipping? There's the Ceravite ore for the quest. Visiting his starting zone with a maxed out character. God. Can't use while shapeshifted. What, really? You not dirt farm while shapeshifted? Was that always a thing? There's a herbalism one. Wait, what? Oh, one of these is catch-up points. I'm guessing the pollen is a catch-up point and the chunk is not? I don't know, I can't remember. It's been a while. Yeah, because the herbs seem to spawn in before any of the mobs and things do. So like, oh look, there's a lumber node, look. And then it briefly disappears as you get close to it as the terrain turns up. This is funny. Bit hard to use a shovel with wings. Or maybe. Is this how all of the elite farmers do their farming then? They do it in the dark. This is I mean, I've always said I'm an absolute fucking idiot when it comes to farming because I don't do enough of it, but clearly these are the master tricks that I was not aware of. $60k an hour, by the way. Just saying. $60k an hour, and we haven't even got our rhythm on yet. I've not pressed the overload button even once. One thing I would say is it's actually kind of a bit too easy to get distracted by all the herbs and ore doing it this way. If you turn tracking off on the minimap, does it change? Does it turn off the glow as well? Curiosity. Need to try something. Hang on. Grab you. Like that herb there. That's like a serious amount of glow on it. If I go chill over here, that herb is like proper glowing. If I turn off tracking for herbs. Ah, it turns off the glow on the not only does it remove it from my minimap, it also turns the glow off. Which is actually kind of useful. Because then that means you can, if you don't care about the herbs and the ore, which you actually probably shouldn't do, your only shiny shinies become the lumber axes. No distracted by any other shiny. Unless, of course, you want to be distracted by the shiny. Reminds me of the trade sniping bots in Path of Exile. They don't even load graphics so that they can just join hideouts to buy underpriced items instantly. Actual players have to wait for stuff to load in. That's kind of funny. No life, no Wraith bark, you say? Maximum Wraith bark. I do apologise. It's actually probably quite dark on the stream as well. Although, actually, looking at my OBS, the image doesn't look too bad on the stream. I don't know how it looks by the time it comes through to you guys. You know, Twitch and YouTube encoding, but we're all just looking at Solo. Oh. He's the cute one. Makes sense. Procrastinating and not doing the dragon riding achievements. Never finish them from Dragonflight instead of working on the video I'm supposed to be doing. I was quite hyped for the dragon races and all the achievements they brought when they first came out, but I too lost interest in them like real quick. They were another one of those things. It was a cool feature that did not need to span across 3 expansions. 2 expansions, however long. You know, it's just, you know, we had our fun with that. Now let's move on, kind of thing. I think I did the Eastern Kingdoms Cup. Then when they started just copy pasting it across all of the different zones and stuff, I was like, right, I've done dragon races now. How quick do you reckon we could max out our herbing and mining then from Dragonflight doing this? We're not actually getting the knowledge points very quickly. How you doing, Rose? Welcome in. Good to see you. You've joined us whilst we're cheesing some farming. Been tweaking with graphic settings to make nodes stand out as much as possible. And I've figured out that you put an inky black potion on to give you basically a dark canvas to play with. Then you turn graphic settings down to 1, view distance up to max, and outline mode onto high. And now you can see through walls. Which is actually cracked. I can see lumber, axes, ore nodes, herb nodes before the rest of the terrain loads in. Look. Actually unlocked X-ray vision. These pink ones about blooming fangtooth. I don't even know what they mean. I don't remember. $741k yesterday with my 2 hours worth of weekly crafting. Fair play. Some good money. Turn off health bars for even less clutter. Yep. Now, obviously, if my minimap wasn't offensively large, you'd see more of the... Wait, have I not got mounted mining? But I've just realised, have I not got mounted mining for Dragonflight? Did I never unlock that? Maybe I didn't. Or did it not work the same as it does in the War Within? Dirt pile over there, look. Oh no, it's not a dirt pile, it's a soil thing. Do we have any seeds? One of them? Okay, that's not worth not worth pissing about with. Oh, what? You've got a lot more health than I expected. It's incredible how quick you forget the layout of zones as well, though. I mean, it feels like only a matter of months ago that I could have probably flown around this entire zone with my eyes actually closed. Yet now I'm kind of like, I can't remember where things are. Did you use Titan Panel? What do you think about the add-on for alts? I've never used it. Chat will probably have opinions on it though, mind. But I've never used it. Double dirt pile? Why does that herb not show? I already picked that one up. What did Titan Panel do? I've heard of the add-on, it's just not one that I've ever used. Haven't touched Titan Panel since Kata. Yeah, it sounds like a very old add-on to me. Sounds like something I've might possibly have probably used in the past, but not in recent enough time to remember what it is or does. Titan Panel was my first add-on back in TBC. Never uninstalled it. Flipping out. Adds all my gold together, shows my location and playtime. Oh, is it that bar at the very top up here? Oh, my game's in windowed mode right now, so I have a free World of Warcraft Titan Panel. Is that the add-on? The one that puts that big bar at the top with some useful info in. Yeah, I think I know which one it is now. Too many flipping trees out here, you know. What we need is we need lumber to grow on trees without there being trees. That's the dream. Need treeless trees, please. They don't get in the way. Ugh, because branches are the bane of my life. Oh, that's the stupid soil again. I don't want the soil. Do I have a surplus of knowledge points from back in the day? Because given the option to unlocking mounted mining, where was that back in the day? You're now able to gather ore whilst mounted on the Dragon Isles. I guess this never worked with Druid form then, like it does in the War Within. Once you unlock it, Druids can mine whilst in Druid form in the War Within, but maybe that wasn't a thing in Dragonflight. Can the Expedition Scout packs give you dragon shards? I can't remember. Or was it just dirt piles? I think they both can, you know. I think dirt piles are the more reliable source, if you can call any of it reliable. Can you imagine flying around for dirt piles without a gathering profession, though? Oh my god. Although actually collecting lumber at the same time would probably make it not a worthwhile adventure, but you could extract some value out of doing it. That's actually a play, you know. I've still got some professions from Dragonflight that were never complete. Blacksmithing, I'm looking at you. Maybe I should be doing this with my paladin. Still can't really get over the fact that Dum Me is still pulling in 64,000 gold an hour back in Dragonflight picking up herbs and ore. Like, it doesn't feel right. Genuinely doesn't feel right. At the end of an expansion. With or without lumber. I mean, that's including the value of the lumber. But the lumber's worth something. I'm selling 500,000 gold of lumber. Between 500k and 1,000,000 gold worth of decor every day. It's definitely worth. All of that lot's in a cave. I'm not pissing about in a cave. Decor dyes might be worth something too, and the herbs are pretty plentiful. Yeah, there's a little... I haven't done much dye crafting, because the margins don't make sense on it for me. But if you're really counting the pennies and looking for something very simplistic to do, dyes are an option. They have the downside of even when they're profitable, you do the maths on it and you very quickly realise that, hang on, this is crazy talk. because they're on the region-wide auction house. That's the main problem. And everybody stocked up herbs for 6 months in advance, which people probably 3 or 4x to their gold on, you know, people buying herbs like 2 gold a piece for months and months and months before Decor came out are just laughing all the way to the bank right now. Probably sold them all out at like 8 gold a piece. GG.
One of our foragers spotted food nearby. See what you can gather.
Had a few weeks where WoW didn't interest me, but now I'm so into WoW right now. You having fun? At mount.
I have many lucky doos you like. Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Where did it go? Where did the epic one go? There it is. So I'm guessing the Dream Bloom petals are the standard ones. And then it's the infused pollen, which are the catch-up ones, I think. That means the stone chunks are the catch-up ones for mining. I spent 2 mil on a random assortment of herbs, ores, and other stuff from all expansions about 10 months ago. Flipped it for over 10 mil. There you go. Good effort. Yeah, it's kind of put a bit of a stabilization on the price of all old expansion herbs, though, as dyes. Kind of creating a nice, you can go out and pretty much pick up any herb in the entire game and know that you're going to be able to sell it as long as you sell it at or around a certain given price. Which at the moment is still hovering at around 8 gold, which is wild. That every herb in the game is worth 8 gold at the moment. What, like, what? I've just realised I'm not actually following my lumber route really at all here. Too many squirrels on the path. Lumbering, gearing all the alts a bit, complete some quests without turning them in prep for midnight, and of course setting up all spell bars and fixing mogs and stuff. Oh, so you're on sort of like spring clean mode for a new expansion, I get it. Sorry, not squirrels, beavers, yeah. If we're doing distracted by beavers, because beavers love wood, yeah. Oh, that's not a dirt pile. What herbs are only like 3 gold? I don't know. There's like I said, I've not done too much with the dyes, but because so many of the different dyes can all be milled into the pigments needed, there's sort of a price floor that's been created. The cheapest herb will be what people buy up to turn into dyes. But because that floor is quite high in price right now, because everybody's trying to print money with dyes, and it's consuming. Soon as a single herb drops below a certain price point, it's all getting hoovered up and consumed. It's been quite interesting for the herb market. The fact that pretty much any herb from almost any expansion is worth there or thereabouts the same as the War Within herbs. It's kind of crazy. Like I said, this whole decor thing has brought absolutely outrageous effect to the market. Things that are very abnormal for this point in an expansion. But, you know, I'll take it. Motes of Harmony are crazy on NA right now. They're 40 to 50 gold a piece. For Motes of Harmony. Flipping hell. NA has even more wild prices on stuff because Team NA just doesn't like farming. Nobody over there does any proper farming. So quite often prices just go absolutely loopy. Far more subject to shenanigans over on Team NA. It tends to be, I think, why a lot of people who are serious about making a lot of gold have gone and done it over on Team NA instead of doing it on the EU. I mean, look at the token. You know, the token kind of gives the game away a bit. Token price is not quite like a double anymore, and in fairness, Team NA's token has steadily got closer to Team EU's token price, but there's still a big enough delta that you can make. Not only do you have an easier time farming and selling stuff over on Team NA, the gold you then make from it is arguably worth more because the token is cheaper. You know, those same efforts go a lot further on Team NA. Need to pick up more lumber. Focus lumber harder. Did I get the last of my... I did get the last of my iridescent ore fragments. I wonder if I need to use those before... Oh yeah, there's no thing in... Is there? You may discover one more sample of this week. I got the epic one. Well, I got the epic mining one to find. Yeah, the epic mining one. I don't mind doing my weekly task for herbing and mining back in Dragonflight and making 50k off it at the same time. Game's bonkers right now. Oh no, wait, that was a lumber. Sneaky one. Bought 20k moats whilst time walking was dumping the price. They always end up going back after. It's another one that in a roundabout way is tied up in a mount. So yeah. Moats of Harmony have always done really well. Not to mention from time to times throughout history they've been aggressively botted and absolutely trashed in value. Which if you're willing to take advantage of that opportunity.
Something big just shook loose. This is
There's
gonna be the find of a
there's an
lifetime.
awful lot of
Get excavating.
nodes for lumber out here, but is
One of our foragers
it
spotted
really the best zone for
what you can gather.
Dragonflight lumber though? I guess it probably is still. This is the only thing I haven't done with the lumber really, is put any like hard maths or properly scienced out the farms. I've just done them. Like, could math it all out, but at the end of the day, like, just getting it done. What do I craft with the draconic lumber after farming it? How do I know? Well, the draconic lumber is used in all of Dragonflight's professions to craft decor. So every profession, its Dragonflight's branch of professions will have a couple of decor recipes that you can craft stuff with. So you'll need to also level up Dragonflight professions. But to be honest, they're probably, you only need to get to like skill 80. So they're not going to be, you're not going to have to push them to 100, which is fine. So it's probably relatively cheap and quick and easy to do. WoW Professions will have your, WoW-Professions website will have your easy leveling guides. And then, yeah, it's as simple as just craft one of everything and then sell what, you know, recraft whatever you've sold. Is the easy man approach to it, the lazy man approach to decor. What are you? Tuskar toy boat. Oh, that's a quest. Okay, sure. Oh my god, a wall. What's the wall? I was thinking what to do with all the lumber I farmed and I'm still farming. I see two options. Craft into deck or sell it now with the current prices, or wait till midnight comes out. My idea is that nobody will go back to classic era to farm lumber while they're shiny. I would not use all, I would hold a little bit of lumber. Just holding a little, you know, you've actually got a third option, which you may not have considered, and that's keep a stock of 250, 500 lumber, and then craft with the rest of it. Do both. You do both, you can't lose. The logic behind stocking up some lumber is simply because you as an individual may not want to go out and farm that lumber when midnight is out. That's the theory behind it. Not the fact that markets might go up and you might quote unquote make more gold. The logic of farming up extra lumber now is you're in, you know, it's money in the bank. It means that you can then continue to craft stuff without actually doing the farming because you've already done the farming. That's you know, farming it and putting it in the war bank now isn't to say you will not craft with it now. You should still be crafting and selling it now because the market's incredible. So that, yeah, the TLDR is do both. Craft now, but you can always, you know, over farm a little bit now because it's time spent now that can be banked basically. But this only works if you're farming like a good amount of lumber in the first place. Most people aren't farming enough lumber to even have like one of everything crafted and for sale at all times. Even with today's prices. There might be a small price increase, but I imagine the big bubble popped already. Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee prices will go up. Like, we can understand the supply and you know, the supply and demand curve will change. The supply of decor will probably slow down because there'll be nobody out there, or far less people, when there's a brand new shiny expansion out that will be willing to go and farm Northrend for lumber. So the supply of lumber, newly crafted fresh lumber, there'll be a slowdown in the supply of it. But with Midnight may also come more people who haven't pre-ordered, who will start tinkering with housing. So there'll still be a demand for it. We don't know if the demand will particularly go up or if it will continue to decrease, but at least we know the supply will probably slow down. What that does to the price and the availability of the decor across the realms, we don't know. But farming and stockpiling lumber is not to say that you don't craft with it now. It's just to say that any you are not crafting with now, any profits that you can't easily realize from farming decor now is you know, is money saved. It's cash in the bank. Because you farm the lumber, for Christ's sake, get paid. Because who knows? One other very viable option, I don't see it being as strong of a chance, but one option is that by the time Midnight turns up, everybody's completely bored shitless of housing and the market's completely crash and burn. And in that case, the value of your lumber will also have crashed and burnt. So you do the farming. I always suggest to players, if you are farming, get paid. Like, don't hold off because you might get a bigger paycheck in the future. No, if the price goes up in the future, that's your incentive to get back out there and do more farming. But don't sacrifice today's paycheck for a possible bigger paycheck in the future. Take today's paycheck. If the prices go up, at least you know how to farm and go get more. I'm only saving... I was saving 250 of each decor in case they made these achievements, like, weirdly retroactive. We've now found out that they have added tracking code into the game to track the amount of lumber you're farming, so as long as you have farmed 250 lumber since that tracking code was added a few days ago, you'll get the achievements when they pop up anyway. So now I don't really feel like I need to save much extra lumber. I'll keep a couple of hundred in the war bank just so if any like crazy work orders turn up, I can quickly fill them. But I'm far less inclined to like save huge amounts of lumber right now. If you've done the work, get paid. Kind of worried everybody will buy everything with Hearthstone and at least somewhat ignore the crafted items. I think the way I look at it is that there doesn't need to be huge interest. Like, put it this way, the more that Blizzard adds new decor to the game, the decor will continue to be, and I think this is a pattern that we'll see across the entire expansion of Midnight. that Blizzard will have very strong financial incentive to keep pushing decor on us, which will keep permanently reminding people, hey look, decor, player housing, hey look, decor, player housing, hey look, decor, player housing. The more that happens, the greater the chance is of somebody deciding to go to the auction house and see what's there. It's all a game of an attention, you know. As long as the attention is on decor, the crafted decor will still do very well. Because there's always people that will want it. There's always people that will want to level up their house. There's always people that will want to collect everything. There's always people that will like buy 20 of everything just because they're mental. As long as the attention is on housing, there'll be plenty of decor sales. It's my take, at least. Can't imagine a huge amount of people that care about something entirely cosmetic don't already have access to it. Well, one thing Blizzard are very, very good is selling new expansion to new players. Those new players are going to turn up. They're probably not also going to have really much gold because they're brand new players. They don't have a well-aged account. Those brand new players will probably buy tokens to get gold and will then buy decor. And they will very simply just put $1 cost to every piece of decor. So it's not going to take many of those players to come along to keep decor sales pretty lucrative. There's going to be, you know, the existing player base of WoW, sure. If you're already existing player, you probably will have tried decor and pre-ordered if you're in any way interested in housing. But a new expansion brings an absolute ungodly amount of brand new, fresh players to the game every time. Last 2 days have been slow on sales. Every Sunday for me is really good. I did 1 million gold of sales on Sunday. I did less yesterday. But Monday is usually slower than Sunday. But last week I still averaged almost 1 million gold a day. Decor sales, so market's definitely there still. Just got to go get it. You got to also remember, decor's an interesting market because people are not restricted to buying just one. Like, transmog is one of those things that people only ever need to buy it once. Like, ever only need to buy it once. People are not restricted to only buying one piece of decor. This is why I think, you know, the smaller things like shelves and fences and that sort of stuff are like, they're not going to be the, you know, they're not going to be big 30, 40, 50k sales, but they will be very steady, very consistent, and often mass purchased by one person as well. Kind of why I don't really mind too much stocking up on the cheaper, I don't know how easily to describe this, but like the more decorative decor pieces. Candles and shelves and fences and stuff like that have so far done generally better for me than your beds and bookcases and actual furniture, if that makes sense. Somebody who's in all the decor markets and keeps a very detailed accounting of sales. 1, I can't farm enough number for the sales that I'm having, and 2, my decor sales to continue to increase every day, and I'm constrained by the lumberjacking. Yeah, if you're farming the lumber, there's absolutely no possible way at the moment that you can farm enough lumber to meet the demand of sales. So people writing off the market now are just like, it's crazy. But it's because lumber, like, it's a farm that is attracting farmers who are clearly not versed in how the auction house works and how to sell things effectively on the auction house. Decor forces you to be a very well-rounded goblin. It forces you to understand how to farm efficiently. It forces you to learn how and what to craft for maximum profits. It forces you to also get reasonably good at the art of selling things on the auction house. Only once you get reasonably good at all three will you start seeing consistent sales with decor. This is why I really like it, because it does kind of, you know, it pushes people in the direction of getting good at all aspects of goblineering, not just relying on one. And you can stack flipping on top of that if you really want to go expert mode. String lights is my biggest sale item by far. Yeah, I've found a lot of those, the goblin string lights. I found a lot of those very cheap on some realms. Because a lot of people are crafting based on sale rate. And when you look at the sale rate of those, the sale rate is kind of crazy, which in turn creates more of them, which in turn means players like me can find more of them cheap. But because we can also then take them to another server and sell them for more. Because they actually have quite some use as well. They're one of the legitimately better items. But yeah, one person farming lumber is absolutely never going to be able to keep up with the actual lumber farming. Once you've got sort of like... Once you've got... I mean, just the simplistic aspect of trying to keep one of every item up for sale on your realm is basically impossible. There's 240 pieces of decor, I think, give or take one or two. Elementally charged stone? What the fuck is that? Dragon Isles mining by one. Dragon Isles mining by one. Is that a bonus catch? What the fuck? There's double level... I don't know what's going on. Keep doing it until knowledge points stop coming my way. Cheese like brick is my most sold decor. My little tips and tricks is that I've found anything that goes anywhere near a kitchen for some reason has done really well. Like cook pots. Cook pots have done really well. Food platters have done really well. Literally anything that goes anywhere near a kitchen, I've sold pretty much as many of them as I can get my hands on without really any issues. Lights and, you know, more decorative items. More decorative items over, like, furniture has done well. Been doing a 3 druid train farming lumber, and for the most part it's fine, but then you meet somebody and they linger looking at you for too long and it's like, did you just report me? Well, they probably did, yeah. I'm not recommending anybody multi-box lumber. I've got the ability to 5-box this if I wanted to, and I'm absolutely not, because A, I can do 60,000+ gold an hour on one account, and I've, like, so many reports have come my way. Obviously, I'm lucky. I'm in a kind of, you know, relatively unique position. I just get told things, right? People talk to me, like, people tell me things. I can't even begin to explain to you how many people have come to me and asked about, like, accounts getting banned, and it's just terrible right now. And it's, you know, every single one of these people in the last couple of months has done one of two things. They've either multi-boxed the shit out of lumber and got banned, or they've been spamming Legion Remix to make an alt army and got banned. And the correlating aspect of all of those players is that they were all doing multi-boxing and all got banned. So the reality is, it's incredibly risky. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Right, yeah, rugs are another one. I've done alright on rugs, actually, generally. There's a random circular rug I've sold a fair few of. I can't remember the exact names of it. I haven't actually looked at my sales from the last week yet. But yeah, I don't know how better to describe it, but it's the more decorative decor that seems to do better than the furniture-esque decor. Your beds, your bookcases, that sort of stuff, like windows, this sort of stuff hasn't done particularly well for me. But I'm only, I'm mostly selling what I find cheap to flip, so I probably haven't even sold all different types of decor to have really much personal data on it, but nobody buys Windows because they're all Linux users. Hey, badumch. Doggo in the background is out cold. Who is it? Oh, Solo. He's in donut mode right now. Solo's in donut mode. Donut in the middle of his cloud. Solo's in donut mode. And Lambs is like, come on, human, can we go out yet? And Nips was snoring. Everybody's chilling. Doing a dance was Alma Lambs. Doing a dance, Alma Lambs. Miss. Miss. Good girl. Ah, thanks. I must have fat fingered the wrong button there. Whoa, can we get like white balance? Hello? Camera? Hello? Better. Sorry. Yeah, I think it's about time for me to maybe call it for today. I've done me weekly stuff. We got ourselves a bunch of lumber. Muted yourself changing back from doggo. Was that what I did? Oh, what? I don't know how I managed that. The buttons aren't even next to each other. Special moment.
Help return the land back to its natural state.
Yeah, we farmed a bunch. I'm gonna get rid of potions now. Give me some. Oh, flashbang. Woof. Let's go turn in the 2 weekly quests for herbing and mining. We might put this character down for a bit, and I'll go take the doggos for a walk. 69,000 gold, giggity. Good place to leave it, isn't it? This game is incredible on maximum view distance, by the way. I actually cranked the rest of the settings at the same time. This game is just wild.
Let's
Oh
make
yeah, that
sweet,
reminds me. I
sweet
need to
profit
put.
together.
I should put my graphics settings back to normality because they're boosted. Just do that for now. I deliberately keep my graphics settings low. That'll do. Let's turn you in. There's your Wraith Bark. Give me 3 knowledge points, please. Do the same with you. Bingo. Did we get any dragon shards of knowledge? No. Uh, 16 points. Ceravite. Do we just fill out the Ceravite tree? Deafness skill. Small chance of finding gems. Mastering the elements would have probably actually been the smart move, but what do we do? Industrialization. What does this do? Deafness. Bit skill, bit deafness, chance of finding gems. Build the other half of that out next week. What have we got going on over here? Started this node, so we'll finish it. Go. Now, in theory, I should also sell all of these mats. I'm in no rush. Doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter. Right, boys and girls. Is mining and herbing good again? If you combo it with picking up lumber, yes, very good. Very good. I'm going to go get me some food. I'm going to take the dogs for a outside excursion. I need to use words they don't understand. Yes, and it's reset day tomorrow. We'll be back again. Let's keep... We clearly didn't cross enough of our limbs to get a beta build yesterday. So let's cross more limbs. And we will hopefully get a beta build that has a bunch of profession updates, because fucking hell, we need one. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Thanks for stopping by. It was a pleasure. I enjoyed your company. Thank you very much for the follows, the bits. Quicksand, by the way, thank you very much for the 29. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you next time. Peace.